Now old lady no nose did the cooking. She cooked up a pot of stew. She cooked up my two pet lizards and my brand new pair of shoes. I do la 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 lay. I do la 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 lay. Now old lady no nose lived in the country, crowed with the chickens, howled with the wind, danced to the tune of a cross-eyed bullfrog, said Mother Nature was a personal friend. I do la 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 lay. I do la 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 lay. That old lady no nose had no children. She lived with a pack of dogs. Every evening at the supper table, there's a puppies and the chickens and a Mr. Miss Hog. I do la 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 lay. I do la 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 lay. Now old Mr. Johnson had troubles of his own. Had an old yellow cat that wouldn't leave his home. He gave him to a preacher that was going out west. Said try to lose him, said to do his best. But the cat came back, thought he was gone. Yes, the cat came back. He couldn't stay away. Oh, the cat came back, thought he was gone. Yes, the cat came back the very next day. Now he gave him to a man going up in a balloon. Said take him up to the man in the moon. The balloon never busted, and everybody said about 90 miles away to take the man up there. But the cat came back, thought he was a goner. Yes, the cat came back, he couldn't stay away. Oh, the cat came back, thought he was a goner. Yes, the cat came back the very next day. Now the kitty was a terror. They thought it would be best to put him on a train that was going out west. It went around the curve and hit a broken rail. Not a blessed soul aboard was left to tell the tale. But the cat came back, thought he was a goner. Yes, the cat came back, couldn't stay away. Oh, the cat came back, thought he was a goner. Yes, the cat came back the very next day. Well, the man around the corner swore to kill the cat on sight, so he loaded up his gun with nails and dynamite. He waited and he waited for the cat to come around, but 97 pieces of the man was all they found. But the cat came back, thought he was a goner. Yes, the cat came back, he couldn't stay away. Oh, the cat came back, thought he was a goner. Yes, the cat came back the very next day. When old Mr. Johnson saw him coming round the bend, he said, "Here, kitty, kitty, you're coming home again." The reason that the cat just couldn't stay away, there were 7 little kittens sleeping in the hay. That's why the cat came back, thought he was a goner. Yes, the cat came back, he couldn't stay away. Oh, the cat came back, thought he was a goner. Yes, the cat
And there we are. We're out here now. We're actually out here, outside, outdoors. That's a place I usually like to be when I ain't streaming, which I haven't been doing too much as of lately. But how are we doing all this evening? How are y'all doing this evening? Pace, Captain Kira, Mikey, Coleman H. It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one this time. How are y'all doing this evening? Let's see, I'm having a grand one so far. I mean, this is the reason why we got a bit of a late start here, because I'm finally doing this with OBS. It took me that long, and it took me that long to actually get this to get set up. I wasn't even accepting my thumbnails, so it was a bit impromptu. Just hanging out, yeah. So am I. That's what we're going to be doing today. But yeah, Monday night. It is Monday night. I've had a lot of streams on Monday night as well, and had a good turnout for that one. But yeah, it's finally we got the OBS, but still using the board. The board not going anywhere. That is done too many streams with the board, and it cannot be replaced. Just cannot. But I'm also on this the OBS thing. There's the hand-drawn board. Oh yeah, I think this is this your first stream, Coleman? Or have you been here before? I can't recall. Saw the fireworks one. Well, that was one of the videos. I'm talking about my streams. You do know this is live, right? Not pre-recorded. I'm not smart enough to do something pre-recorded. But yeah, this is the first time doing the OBS. First time outside. We're on the laptop. It's different, but I think this newer format is going to be helping us out. And I must say, we are outside because by the suggestion of the title, I am a man of my word, because I told everybody that my next stream was going to be a cooking stream, and I guess that was a bit of a mistake to say, because in order to do that I would need a cameraman for that, and I have not been able to acquire one as of yet, and so that's why I've not been having too many streams here, even though I have had the demand for it from the good folks here. But I definitely would have, if I had not made that promise, which you have to follow through on, and I certainly do as well. But just had this idea naturally come to me with the progression of a couple events that led to this idea of doing it the simple way, the old-fashioned way. How is this even angled? Whoa. Oh, it's actually moving. Actually moving this way. When you dump the water on yourself. Oh yeah, that was classic, iconic. We're doing it the old-fashioned way. The good way, in my opinion. But no, it's going to be a real fun time. Real fun time this evening. But before we eventually get to that, I would like to build up the good audience here, and it's you hear a like noise like a fan. That's my laptop. Because I haven't streamed on the OBS stuff before on this format, but the people will come. Hey, Scott. It's good. This life is good, man. think that's a pretty good answer to that question. Out here doing the, gonna be cooking up something, you'll see what it is. And I'm confident about this evening, definitely. Time for a grilled stream, yep. Speaking of streaming, I guess I have a bit of the shadow over me because of this new thing I heard of called Giant Buns with a Z. That's something that is happening actually all the time. And like actually all the time. That's going on. It's a stream done by somebody in the chat here, Captain Kira. It's like a 24-hour thing, and that so everybody's flocking to. So got to never thought I'd have to compete for airtime, watch time against some rabbits, but that's what we got to be expecting with the changing of the times here. But that's we can live with that, I think. Started streaming too. Okay, yeah, I've seen that. I've seen one of your archived streams, Coleman, that you put on the advertisement section on my server. But yeah, I definitely have to check more of those out. You can anytime you're streaming, you can advertise it on my server, and everybody will come over to there. And the past couple of weeks that'd been a good time too, since this wasn't my time to stream, which I would like to do more streaming, obviously, because some folks were even telling me that I need to have a schedule and do this thing every week. And I know, I hear you all. I do not ignore you. I do not procrastinate. I do not discredit any of you at all. But I did make the promise for this kind of stream, but it's only now that I'm making it happen. You and the Giant Buns, yep, you got everybody talking about you. Kira, me, also Jack and Steven themselves even played the streams 1 or 2 times. But I guess it's a way to and there's a donation function on there as well, so that's a way to go, and that's a way to go and get it. So that's good on you, and it'll be, see how it ends up for me. But I saw, Coleman, you said you identified the music I was playing as David Holt. I did not think anybody would get that. That's obviously David Holt is not the not the most underpopular guy. He has a couple shows that he's done and is still doing. Real well-respected folk musician, but that album, that's a bit of a oddity, rarity. That's one I've been listening to since I was a little kid, like 4 years old. Started listening to that. Just can't ever get old. Hey, Jace. What's up, Jace? This is what's up is I'm up and out here and streaming, and back from my not hiatus, just many attempts to get this started here. And yeah, it also I don't know, there's an ant. We got the ants out here. We got some interesting weather. We got the humidity's gone, fortunately, but man, the heat was quite great during today, and now it's cool. It's cool now. But also got some bit of some moisture coming down, some in the form of some droplets. So hopefully we don't get our parade literally rained on now. Anytime I hear something catch my ear, hold it down. Yeah, I guess you just gotta have that good taste, and that gotta remember what good music is. I certainly do, and I would encourage everybody here to do the same. I know me and Jace, we've talked about how the even though they're a bit dated, and even though their musical content is just not what it used to be, the Wiggles still they held up. They held up, especially their old stuff. They were a talented group of guys, and I think definitely the soundtrack to my early years, and likely a lot of yours. That was I have to tell you, the soundtrack of my early years was a bit of David Holt, but mostly Wiggles and Animusic. Anybody else remember Animusic? If you've seen Animusic, I don't think you can forget Animusic, because that stuff, that was quite the one of a kind thing. I think anytime you see that when you're a kid, that's just the most amazing thing. Which was for me. I would watch that stuff all the time. And not only was the animation excellent, exquisite, and ahead of its time, but the music was just something else, really. Like, not only was the animation genius, but the music was also genius, and not a whole lot of folks talk about it anymore, but that definitely was one of the marvels of the early 2000s. That was early 2000s, right? Yeah, 2000. I think the second one came out in 2001, I think. I don't know when the first edition came out. I do know that they were going to make a third one, but that ended up not happening, unfortunately. But 2 was enough. 2 was enough, and we got all the electronic music and animated music videos of today, and we have Animusic as a thing of the past to remind us that is where that kind of thing excelled when it started. But saw the Wiggles, Greg, once, twice, Sam once, and man, that's fortunate there. That's a culmination of fortunate events if I've ever heard one. But man, I was almost, there was a bit of a unfortunate, there's somebody in my yard? Unfortunate experience I had with a Wiggles performance. They were coming to a town about an hour away from me. This is back in 2010 when I don't know if I even turned 6 yet, but they came to a town about an hour away, and that was, obviously long after, or a couple of years after Sam replaced Greg, but Greg was going to be there. He was going to be with them, and about lost my mind, and about lost my mind even more when they sold out right before I could get it. So that was something I could not been able to recover from. But the music lives on. It does. Saw High Five once. What's High Five? High Five. I've heard of that. I can't think of what exactly that is. Huh. Anyway, I know, I don't know, some of you might be wondering if where any of my streaming correspondents, my streaming partners are at. Because we've had 3 so far, and if we did, I'd likely be inside, making something inside in my kitchen. But since it's not been, I've not been able to acquire any of them for this is why I'm doing it in the most solo variation that I can. But I mean, if any of them want to get over here, they certainly can. But I've from the feedback I've received, I've apparently exceeded the need for streaming partners, and that I can. I'm good to do it by myself. 25 is an Aussie Kids show. That makes sense. Sounds like it. But how can I not see this? So I'm on OBS and it's all different, and I'm having trouble seeing how many people we got here. How many people are watching. Seven. Okay, I had to go on YouTube live right now to check that. I don't know why. Don't tell me. But anyway, that ain't important. That ain't important. We just gotta do it. But OBS on the right side. Metrics. Right side. The white area. If I knew what the white area was. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Because got my phone here, I can look it up on. Let's see. Yep. Anyway. So, I don't know what you're all thinking, but hold on. Sorry about that. A friend of mine just came through the door. He was watching and had to instruct me on how to do this. How long was he there? I don't know. How long was he there watching? Anyway, yeah, we're real close with our neighbors out on this area here, this ridge, and this is a ridge, if y'all could not tell. You can even see the angles, man. The director of photography, kind of. Look at the distance down there. Look at that. Yep. I didn't even know I had one of those, but again, on this ridge top, we're real tight with our neighbors here. So, and we got some good, talented people here. The neighbor across, right down that way, is I think we've had, yeah, on the so far as I've been living on this ridge, we've had 3 professional photographers here. How about that? Looks like Appalachia. Yeah, it kind of does. And in this state, it's not usual where to have that kind of landscaping. Usually very, very flat, but I'm in the just the right area for there to be some hills here and some unique formations. So yeah, basically I live in the only cool part of the state here. But old Rocky Top. Top, yeah, that I've actually been. I've seen Rocky Top, the actual Rocky Top, in Tennessee, and I don't know how ideal it is to live there or how good old it is, but I definitely give it a chance. But for now, I'm good with my ridge out here. It's a long way down over there, but on top. It's like you have to be. Have you ever been overseas before? No, I have not actually. But in a matter of time, I'm going to be. And I ain't going to be saying anything too specific as of now, but you might see how it goes. So nice. My mom and dad live out there. Oh yeah, I've been to Tennessee. I've not been out to Rocky Top, or I've been through Rocky Top. But I've been to Tennessee before. Quite nice. Yeah, Tennessee. That's one of the states that I've been to that I would gladly move to and live there. Yep, love Tennessee. I don't think I've stayed in it enough though. I'd like to go back. I've stayed in it just only a couple of times. But seen some cool stuff right there. Mostly woods, but again, that's just all I need. Overseas once, 2018, weeks to went to Hawaii. Yeah, that's just one of those places where just about everybody I know is gone. I haven't. And do I need to go? Not really. I would go, but I ain't that important. What else was I going to say? Yeah, I am not the biggest beach addict. You know, I've been to a couple of beaches. I've been to Florida. Florida is quite nice. You know what? The beach is fine, but I ain't like I need to live there. Definitely. I will say I've got a beach here. I've lived about just a couple of minutes away from quite nice lake. I've got a couple lakes in the area, but this one, my opinion, the best one. I live nearby, and I live by the area that has the beach, and one of the most common popular beaches in this area. But then again, this lake is nice enough that you ain't even needing a beach. In my opinion, you can just jump on in. And yes, the surf has been up. I have been out on my board. Been some fun times, but inverse, just in time. I've been talking with you, NC, and Britt about when you all get over here. That's where we're all going to be going to. One of our first stops is good old lake. Good old lake out in the woods. Talk about J.C. Penney's you spotted this weekend. Yes, yep. I've spotted. I've been doing some driving, and in some distant places I've explored in the past few days. I've found two J.C. Penney's. And the last J.C. Penney's that I might have even seen once was back in 2014 in North Carolina that I once went to in 2014. I got a bunch of clothing there, and it was quite nice. Did like it. I actually prefer it over Target. Just how it has to be. But that's the last time I've heard of one of JCPenney's actually being operational, but I found two operational JCPenney's. So I think that was a score of a fine on my part. And I also found one of the oldest Sears stores. It looked like it was probably the first Sears stores that ever opened. Tiny place that had a wooden painted sign out front. Like, I think it was still like the Sears, the actual Sears, but it was in an area that was so remote that if Sears indeed went bankrupt, like this one is still in operation. Like the people working there have not heard of the Sears bankruptcy, and they're still doing it. And that's the ultimate respect I have for that. If that's the case, the mail complex, I think. Really, mall comp. Yeah, there are. Malls in my area have disappeared. Most of the malls, really. I know. I mean, I could understand if JCPenney's disappeared, but malls? Huh. I hadn't heard of malls disappearing. I've got a quite sizable mall, and we got plenty of strip malls in this area, but I've got a fairly large shopping mall in my area, and it's still going strong, I think, at least. It's still, all up to date, and they're still getting new things in there. There's a massive one, an absolutely massive one, that is about an hour away. That is even better, smaller stores and even bigger place. I just didn't know they closed. Yeah, I really hope that that's the case. Also, what else? Macy's. There's still Macy's. Macy's in my town closed, and I heard when Toys R Us, finally had announced that they are coming back. I was hearing that they were going to move into old Macy's locations. So I think I think there's a good chance of being a Toys R Us coming back to the old Macy's here, and it would be the right location for it. It's definitely big enough, and it would be connected to the main shopping mall. So that would be just instant success for Toys R Us. Because the closest Toys R Us to me was getting about an hour away. For some reason, this town did not have a Toys R Us. They had Target, Walmart. That was basically the closest you could get. And TJ Maxx, not TJ Maxx. Well, kind of TJ Maxx, but what was I thinking of? Kmart. Are you in North Carolina? No, I'm not in North Carolina. That's quite a nice place. Wouldn't mind being in there, but no, I'm in the flatlands, really. And this, again, like I said, this area is the odd area, in my opinion, the cool area of this place, this town, this whole state, actually. But I was also going to say I keep saying TJ Maxx, Kmart, that's the place. That was the place. I remember going there before I can even remember. Kmart, that was when our Kmart left, I started appreciating it way more than I ever did. Because, we had Target and then Walmart, but then Kmart, that was just, that was basically Target, but with everything better. That was a no-nonsense Target, basically. They had what you needed, and they had the good stuff. And it was kind of close to my house, even. Closer than Target ever was, and man, the amount of times I go there, I think there's actually countless. But I went there. I went to their, at night, just grab like one little thing from the garden center. And after it had gone, I realized how much we all needed to depend on that. Yeah. But I think Inverse, every Kmart always has a group of seagulls in the parking lot. Seagulls. I ain't going to say it, but the state that I think I'm remembering that you said you told me you're at, shouldn't have seagulls in it, I don't think. Maybe it's just next to some sizable bodies of water. Maybe. But Inverse, I think you've definitely heard me ramble about Kmart. You know that's something that's a subject that I cannot drop until Kmart comes back. Because Kmart, any Kmart executives, if you're watching this, we need you. We need you back. We need you more than ever. Come on, we need to get the fans here. But also, I remember once. I liked Kmart so much, even when I was the youngest kid you could find. I realized the importance, and I had the appreciation for Kmart, because it was enough so that once at one Thanksgiving, about 2-3 years old, I that's what I said I was thankful for. Kmart. So that was the biggest Thanksgiving gathering I'd ever been to. Was our friends who lived in another town invited us over to theirs, and that was just the largest group of people at a Thanksgiving table I've ever even witnessed. And everybody was going around saying that they're all thankful for. And I was the very last person. And there's little Sir Monster at the all the way at the end, the corner end of the dinner table, and then they hit to me, and he's, oh, little Monster, what's they weren't calling me that then. That would have been funny if they did, though. Little Monster, what's your last year? What are you thankful for? I'm thankful for Kmart. That's how I knew Kmart was a hit. They always had something. Yeah. That's what it was, and more. No nonsense, but they had it all without any of the nonsense. And I don't have all the power here because my battery is low. So I'll get the charger, and I probably need an extension cord. So excuse me, I will be back. I do have I can now switch to an intermission screen, but I ain't gonna do that because that ain't my style. So you all will just have to keep things interesting here while I am gone. Then you'll have to really ponder the question, are you missing me? That made no sense. That was a sentence that made no sense that I just said. But I'm filling time here. Filling time or killing time? I don't know, but I will be back. So if any of you cause me to lose viewers by what you're saying in the chat, you're responsible. You are going to be held responsible for that, and it ain't going to be pretty. Alrighty. Attention Kmart shoppers. Yeah, you know what? That will be the hashtag or whatever you use now to get Kmart to come back. Hashtag attention Kmart shoppers. And then we just need to spam the entire internet with that. And they might come back. You could say I just got big dreams, but there ain't nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. But I genuinely think that might work. Genuinely. Oh. Anyway, but I'm back here, and if I may be so bold, I think it might be time that I make the suggestion that we get to some cooking. How's that sounding? How's that striking everybody's fancy? Get some cooking? Or would you rather see my set? You might rather see that, but you ain't going to, because this, what we're doing. What do you cook? Well, I cook just about anything, but what I am going to cook this evening is going to be something good. And yes, I know what I'm going to do. Alrighty. First of all, I'll show you how to set up a grill here. This is my ideal grill of choice. See, just a Weber commercial charbroil series, and it's got the thermometer on it, and it's a bunch of other cool functions down here that you probably can use, but I'm taking it simple here. I still have some wood in here left over. And some quite sizable pieces, so I think that'll be a good start for us here. Now, it might just be my humble opinion, but I really do believe that every citizen here should have a good sizable pile of dry sticks, dry wood that you keep inside your house in a dry place, because you never know, and I do mean you never know when you're going to need it. When you're going to need it for heat, for staying warm, or heat for cooking like this. really do never know. You might need to keep it inside. Obviously there's the rain, but also humidity. And humidity, not good. Not good for wood that you're about to cook with, even if it's just humidity itself, because it makes the wood moist, builds up moisture in it, and which causes it to do two things: create a lot of smoke, and causes it to not want to burn as quickly and as proficiently. So that's you always need to have a good pile of dry wood in your house, dry place all the time, for reasons that you might thank me later for, if you don't already. If you're not already one of the smart ones. And I find that wood is really all I need. Some good wood for grilling. That's really all I find that I need. But in this case, sometimes when I need some extra heat and some heat that will last for a while, especially if I'm hosting a barbecue for a bunch of other people here. And I'm just going to put some on just to show you all today, is some Cowboy brand hardwood lump charcoal. This is the natural chunk stuff, which is really better in every facet. It can hold on to heat longer, and is just all around better in terms of also the aroma and the flavor. I'm showing here the Cowboy brand, but you can really use any brand of natural chunk charcoal, and use it well, because it is more expensive. Not that expensive actually, but it is definitely costs more than regular charcoal like Kingsford or anything like that. But it is definitely, I think, worth your money. So definitely use it well, and conserve it if you can. This is just noticed. Has no relevance to what I'm doing right here. But I just noticed cowboycharcoal.com, okay? You could order some stuff. Facebook. Okay. They I don't know exactly what they would post on Facebook. Instagram. Now, I have never used Instagram in my life. And I don't even know what you're supposed to use Instagram for. And I could not think, if I did have an Instagram page, I could not think of a single reason why I would use it or what I would even put on there. So if I'm confused by this, and I'm just some guy, and who even has a YouTube presence, an online presence already, if I'm just some guy and I'm baffled by Instagram and what I would use it for, then what's Cowboy Charcoal brand doing on Instagram? I cannot think of a single thing they would put on there. Maybe we'll have to check that out after we're done here. But TikTok. They also got TikTok. Now that Facebook, I wasn't most aware of what they would do with that. Instagram, that just confused me, but TikTok, I'm a bit afraid of what that can entail, what they would use that for, because again, you can't think of a single reason, and judging by how TikTok is there's definitely the chance that they could be doing some kind of cringeworthy stuff, but I hope not. But all I can do is hope not. Also, if you haven't noticed, it is raining here. It is raining, and I'm trying to grill something. And my reason for that is we have pretty good tree coverage here. So that is one of the advantages of living out here in the woods on a ridge. You got this kind of protection going on. Yeah, that's what that noise is. Yeah, I'm slightly crazy, but this is just what you have to deal with. But no, I'm not completely insane trying to do this out in the rain. Kind of rhymed. Didn't mean it to, though. But hold on a minute. And if the tree coverage does not satisfy, you also can resort to garish beach umbrella. I was not the one who picked this out. This was something that some friends of mine gave me. There we go. Haha. How about that? Well, it ain't sleeping time right now, Scott. Because look at this. Yeah. Because actually, yeah, I'll risk some raindrops getting in here, but I ain't sure I'm about to risk some raindrops getting in my laptop. Frying it midstream at that. But yeah, we're making this happen. So with this stuff, you do not need a lot of it, because this is what is going to be keeping everything hot underneath all your wood, which will burn up way more quickly. And I'm getting kind of to the bottom of the bag of this stuff. So it's a bunch of smaller pieces, but right now you can also use that to your advantage, because with these, even with these smaller little chips of it, what I'm doing is coating the whole bottom here. With it, so even though it ain't the big chunks, you have a coating of extra heat here at the bottom. You can see. See that? All those little pieces. We've got one chunk here. That'll be helpful. This piece. But yeah, we got a good, it's almost like a carpet of charcoal chips. So, now, obviously, this piece is a tough piece. This was, put this in the last time I was grilling, and it's still intact. Let's see. Oh man, dang! Did you see that? I tried to break this over my knee. Oh, that did not feel good. Oh, really? There we go. Man. Also, one of the advantages of living out here, you have endless heat sources with this stuff. Endless. And of course, you know, I don't know if I need to tell you all, instruct you all how to build a fire. Like we're over here in Boy Scouts. But obviously I'm just taking the larger pieces, arranging them on the bottom, doing it kind of like a teepee formation. Less good. Robert Hayes. Oh yeah, we're gonna be having some good cooking over here. That is what is good over here. I'm having a good evening over here. It's hopefully brighten up your old Monday night. You lighting the fire? Yes. Oh yes. We're actually going to need see, there's the sticks and everything is built up kind of high as of now, but we are actually going to need that. We're going to need that because of the kind of, you know, what we will be heating, which is might not be expected, but you're all going to have to go with me on that one. You must have a love for nature. You like a country boy? Yeah. Oh yeah. Been out here at the end of the ridge in the woods my whole life, so that is most definitely how it goes. Some of this wood ain't. This is actually Trustin because it has some weird fungal stuff growing on it. But it ain't nothing that we can't just shave off. Get the whole bark off. Yeah, this stuff's coming right off. Yeah, we ain't needing this piece. I think it's a bit too infected with that weird stuff as of now. There, now the wood is all built up, but I guess I missed a piece. There we go. Now, the wood is all built up. So what are you cooking for the barbecue? You'll see. Let's see, it's something good. How did I miss this one as well? Man, that was strange. I just broke a piece that was just in that same shape. Yeah. But hold on, Vic. Be right back. Obviously, if you ever lit a fire, you need to know that Need to start with the little twigs, as those will help get you started and let you not use too much starter fluid. Again, you just put those right in there. There we go. So got it all built up here. I'd say it's a pretty good, proficient setup. That'll burn well. You can see we got the little ones in there, twigs. But I'll be right back with the stuff that we're going to be grilling up. Alrighty now. You have the stuff. Everybody see that I'm back now? Alrighty. Got the skeeters around here. They're always a nuisance. Get out of here. But yes, this is the coveted ice chest. What's in here? A garbage bag. Oh, that's a interesting thing. Oh, it's all the ice. Yes, and this stuff did stay frozen for the 9 hours. The 9 hours that it was just sitting in a cooler. When this stuff is stapled on, it's a stapled bag. Stapled Ziploc bag. Who ever thought of that? About that. Yep, so these, what I'm going to be cooking and grilling today, are some of the best looking snow crab clusters I've ever seen. They call them clusters, but I mean, you know them, you love them. They're the legs, and then the lump part at the top. And if you've never seen anybody cook this stuff over a charcoal grill, well, consider yourself first observers here. You'll see it done. You will. And you'll see my, I guess, sort of unique, well, self-thought up method doing just that. Hey, Joe Tistic. I thought you'd somehow or another get here. Man. Anyway. What we're going to do for this, because I know that cooking crab legs over a wood charcoal grill, not the most usual method of doing so. So, what they need, and the most optimal way to cook crab or lobster, for that matter, is that you need steamed crab, steamed lobster is definitely the best way you could make it. And what we're going to need to do, and as is reminiscent from baking in the oven, is when, especially if you neighbors, especially if you need some steam in the oven, which is you'd refer to as a steam bath. You obviously need a source of water in there to create steam. So what I'm going to do is fill up this pan. This is the largest cast iron skillet I got, and I'm going to put that over, on top of the grill. as close to the flames as possible so the water does end up boiling. And I'm going to stack the crab on top of it. So that's my plan here. I got a good feeling about it, about it working. But I'd say it's time we light this. Time to light it up. And hopefully I will not need to use much of it, but do got lighter fluid here, starter fluid, just to give it a little bit of help. But we got the little sticks in there, which are very, very good at getting the fire to start well. But might just need a little bit of it. And just a little bit. Oh yeah. We got it. Starting it, obviously. You just do it right in the middle of the inside of your arrangement. We got something. Just some little drippings of it. Get you started off nice and well. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh yeah, that's a good start. Some good underburning there. Hey Casey, hey Hook. Did you pull out the punching bag practice before you beat the meat? This is some of the worst meat that you can beat. This is snow crab legs. That would hurt, man. That would hurt. I mean, maybe that's your way of getting some good knuckle strength through abrasion, but doesn't sound like a good technique to me. Anyway, that's what we got started right there. Good underburning, and it's gone down a little bit, but sometimes it's all you need at first, because this stuff will catch. Definitely will catch and spread itself. So, first up, our skillet. I don't care what side of the Mason-Dixon line you hail from, you need cast iron. Skillet, that is, black gold. And enough heat to get the water in it boiled and steaming. Yeah, maybe it needs a little bit more help here. Poaching crab and butter. That could be a good idea, maybe for a future stream. But I'm doing it probably the best way to grill crab, which is essentially steaming it on the grill, which I shall demonstrate how you do, except fire just went out a bit ago, but we are getting it back. I will not let it go out. And this happens. This happens not too unusually. There we go. See that better. Okay. Just a little help here. Oh, there we go. Right into the hottest part of the fire, and going to immediately pour in the water, as much water as you can get in there. Need a bit more though. Fill this up real quick. That's about the full as we can get it. So, just realized you could not even see the skillet on there. So it looked like I was just some wacko putting water on my grill. But no, we got the skillet there filled with the water, and pretty soon, and that flame is right under the skillet, so it is going to start steaming. I know you can see what looks like steam, but that's smoke. We got a bit more smoke than I thought we were going to get, but the wood has just a little bit of moisture in there, which is not what you want, but it at least I think a lot of it is coming from the smoke circling around the side of the pan, except rather than just going straight up as it usually would, it's more concentrated around the edges. Making the crabs a jacuzzi. Not that we're going to put them in. I was explaining earlier that this is a steam bath, as is used in baking. If you're making something like hamburger buns of some specific varieties, you put a skillet filled with water in there in the oven under your dough to give it some good moisture in there. So yeah, we're not boiling the crabs. We're going to replicate the best way that you really can cook crabs, which is steaming them. And I just thought this up. Just happened to have this idea. Thought, you know what? Doesn't seem like the worst one. Yeah, we are already getting some activity in the water, but that will give us just a bit of time to let these things defrost. Over here for now, so I can see all of you all. There we go. You have to mess with your bit rate in OBS. It's lagging a little bit. Man, bit rate, my honey. Give me a second. Yeah, I just had to consult the tech assistant about that. No, I know. My house is covered in windows. I can see what we're doing out here. Yeah, hold on. If it actually is lagging, then I might need to put on my intermission screen, which I did not want to have to do. I will be back. So don't act like I've gone away, and don't make the future viewers look like I've gone away either. Alrighty. Got it going on here. Is it better? That's better. Angles. Bit short. Let's see. There we are. This could have been the thumbnail, even. But I know we are getting some of the steam here. Flame's a bit higher than what I expected, so I'm going to put on the lid real quick. Just a bit higher. Oh man, look at that. Woo! Yeah, I'm just going to leave that on for a little bit. And I have this. This is from my oven. It's an oven rack that I'm going to put on. So to put the crabs on. Little fire, you know what? That's sometimes we like the big fire, but in this case, we ain't wanted the crabs to get scorched. Let's see how we're doing here. That water is ready. Yes. Yep, we still got a flame under there. Actually, what am I even doing? Why do I don't need this. I don't need that. My solution is right here. Use this. This was the lower. This was the lower grill grate down there, but obviously I did not need it because I needed to heat up this. But this is be perfect when you go out camping. Sure, grill's a makeshift plate. Huh? That is something. Oh, and that fire is coming back. I thought from the smoke we were getting earlier then the wood had collected a bit of moisture, but I guess not. Play it easy clean up, yeah. Guess so. What I'm hoping is that it will, this will calm the fire down enough so that it does not get too outrageous. But I think once a lot of the wood burns off, what we'll be left with is some of the bigger pieces underneath that really hold onto the heat that we need for steaming these things, as well as the coating of charcoal chips that I put on the bottom, which that is going to be where our main permeating heat source is coming from. We'll say this is definitely the right time of year to grill, because the wood is in more than fine shape. Let's see here. How do I? Yeah, the flame's right in the middle. That's what we want, but there's still, see, it's coming back up like that again. Definitely do have the heat for the water. We're fine with that. But it's going this way. The wind is taking the. Well, now it's coming back to me. It's like this. Oh, you cannot even see it. It's this fire is being taken in directions. Man, look at this. You ever seen so much smoke in one place before? Billowing. Thinking about time I get something done about that. Control the fire in there. There's one good use for some old expired flour that you have. It is flame control. Need my tongs actually. got a better way of doing this. Crab your favorite seafood? Man, hook. What in the world? This is how many times that you've guessed something and guessed completely right. How is this? How does this even work? Like, your mind works differently than ours. I do not know how that works. How that's supposed to work, or if it's supposed to work. Excuse with this one. Context. But all I'm doing is grilling crab. I could have been grilling anything, but I could have just happened to be grilling crab today. Yep, there, Hook is hooked. Yeah. Somehow, you know, he needs to be some kind of, he needs to get into some kind of career of psychoanalyzing. He needs to be a detective. Hook, I'm out of the know of what you're doing now, but if you sign up to be a detective, you will get, man, the amount of cases you'll be able to solve, you'd be getting paid up the wazoo for something like that. Probably be the highest paid detective in the country. Way more higher paid than somebody else that we know who said also wants to be a detective, which is, can we remember who else we all know said wanted to be a detective and is even in college for it? Do we remember? Oh. Oh, still should be. Are you so much? You know what? That yeah, they weren't wrong about that either. But like I was going to say, Jacob Goldie. It was Jacob Goldie who's in school for criminology and wants to be a detective. Whoa. Well, I mean, all we can do is wish him the best. But like, we need a detective to figure him out. Which I guess makes sense. I guess fits. To an ant bed. Yeah, if anybody has an ant farm, it's Jacob Goldie. Yeah, seen it on his shelves where he has all his action figures displayed. Alright, actually, this is getting better. The wood needed to really just get the burning all off right now. But this actually is what we're looking for. It's all the flames, it's just kind of getting on the edges right now. All the dry stuff is burned off. Well, why aren't I showing you this? all the dry stuff's burned off. See all that orange glowing in the middle? That's what we need. Just excess heat and not active flames. We got the water hot enough. The water is up to a boil now. But I'm just going to add a little bit more water because some of it already boiled off, and then put these puppies back on there, I'd say. Now, where's the water? There's my bowl of water. I just had it. What the heck? What the F, dude? Detective Goldie, who stole my bowl of water? Just had it. Why am I sounding like Super Landon? Dang it. I wonder if Super Landon's out here grilling up some crab legs. He's from Louisiana, so kind of in the area, although sounds like he's kind of from like central to northern Louisiana. Just from a couple of cues I noticed. Anyway, maybe I already put him inside. Man, somebody needs to rewind the stream to tell me what I did with that bowl of water I had. I did put it inside. About that. It's probably eating gator fingers. Gator fingers. You know what? Super Landon is the kid. Remember that scene in Monsters Incorporated? Because obviously I, being myself, remember the really obscure scenes that struck my interest. But no, Jacob Goldie's the kid, at the end of the movie, where they kind of banish Randall, and he appears in a trailer home, and there's the kid saying, "Oh, there's another gator in the house."
Another gator? Give me that shovel.
Super Landon's that kid. He ate Randall. Super Landon ate Randall. There we go. Here we go. I'm not showing you all what I'm doing. You can stack these on top of each other. Because it will still be steamed once you put the lid on, but I don't want to dawdle too much because I want them to be unevenly cooked between each other. Here we go. Lid, the lid, there we go. Gotta let those steam. And steam they will. Hey, good evening, DJ Mix and Magic. Beautiful Sir Monsters here to teach us. I think so. If you're gonna learn anything from this, it's how to create a fire bigger than you expected. Crab legs looking like librarian fingers. And I just need Hook to like write stuff, like write lines, quotes for me that I just have prepared to say on these streams. Just pull out. I just need a list of them. Practice with punching bag and between flip and crab leg. You know, if the bag was far enough away from the grill, I just have the grill here close up because we had a bit of a literal risk of rain because I don't know if you all hear earlier, but this is the garish beach umbrella that is covering up my laptop from the rain because we did have rain, but we got the tree canopy up here, so it did help, but I did not want my laptop to risk getting fried, and so I wouldn't want this swinging into the grill, but I guess you might see some if you have time for it. Bag's full of Old Bay seasoning. I feel like I now need to start like drawing a cartoon that involves that. Hey Virginia, I thought you'd get here sooner than later. A lot of the action already happened, but there's still more to come. What's going on? What are you cooking? Well, I've got this solution to how you can make something that you wouldn't expect you could make on just a charbroil grill, and that is steamed crab legs. I don't know if you can see it or not, but we get the cast iron skillet filled with water with the the secondary grill plate with the crab on it, and we got the nice embers under there giving us some good prolonged heat, and it's looking pretty good, in my opinion. But yeah, we've been just out here. We've been out here outside on this beautiful day. A bit of rain, but it does not bother us. Out on my ridge top, out here, and we are out here. Yep. Good, yeah, I think it's flipping time already. But you did miss what was happening with the fire earlier. I did not catch anything on fire, almost, but was certainly high up there because I thought some of the wood would absorb a bit of moisture from the humidity, but no, it had a lot of dry stuff that it had to burn off beforehand. What you'll be using for seasoning? You know what? Hook mentioned Old Bay and all that. I personally, and I'm quite the purist, I can eat crab with no seasoning and be fine with it, but I will say if I'm going to use anything else for it. It'll always be just some simple butter and lemon juice. That is it. For me, at least. If you need your Old Bay, go on and shake it all on there, but I am a simple kind of man. And I guess I did not preface this beforehand, but no, I'm not trying to rip off Steven with his cooking streams on here. This is, I'm telling you, this is purely coincidental, I guess, but I had gotten suggestions from some, actually my grandparents who have watched some of my streams. Right around the time that Steven started doing cooking ones, they suggested that I do something like this. So that is purely coincidental. I have to say that we're not taking influence here, but it's I think something that is gonna be worth it, and I'd like to do this time again. Who uses the punching bag? I do. That is, I need to get some more time on it, but yeah, I use that for just the who was that? Oh, that's a deer on there. No, I just use it for sparring training, because I have had this for 8 years, I think. Yeah, going on 9 years almost, actually. And this is, and I know I've mentioned it before on Waffle streams, and I was calling in with, there's the whole thing with me and Jack and our boxing match that was going to happen. So, no, but I've been training with this. I have another one, a standing bag, for about 9 years, and I have a couple sets of gloves, so maybe I should do something with in that area next stream or two. Mr. Monster uses the punching bag to exert his asexual frustration. Alright, I think I know who this is. Speaking of Steven, how do you feel about being back from Waffle? Yeah, I know who this is. I thought you were being genuine. How do I... Oh my goodness, I can't... Oh my goodness, what the heck? I can't get this... I can't right click, I'm on my laptop. Dang it. Mods, where's the mods and when I need them? Hold on. Anyway, that's about to be dealt with. Anyway, cooking streams stuff on the blog. Yeah, I've grown up watching quite a lot of Food Network ever since I was a little lad. But so I've learned a thing or two from that, and I always thought they were very, very entertaining. So try and keep it that way as much as I can. Do kickbox. I mean, I do practice kicks on here, not a lot of the actual kickboxing, but I do try and mostly what I do is just kind of the standard boxing techniques. But I do sometimes incorporate some kicks and elbows and the alike things of different styles. I like to see box Super King. Yeah, you know, that'd even be worth it though. I would just, uh, uh, no. He had his chance. He had his chances, but no more. If Super King came, you know what? I ain't even gonna entertain anything like that. Anyway, I think we got it all dealt with here. But I guess it's a bit out of context, I guess, why the bag is here. But I'm doing this on my deck, and this bag is always here. It's always in the same position. I guess I can. No, I ain't gonna move this the grill. We're fine. We're fine over here. Oh yeah, still holding on to a lot of heat. In fact, since we ain't even getting smoke, we can just completely seal it off. So that stuff hooks. In fact, I should maybe move it down again just a little bit. It's actually, we had some rain earlier, but it was, earlier meaning just like 30 minutes ago. It has cleared up. It is clearing right up. Look at that. Look at all that. You can even hear the crickets already. That's all what's part of why you live out here. You can get this umbrella out of the way now. A bit more light. But yeah, that's why you live out here. Get to experience some really just nice evenings. Because the evenings here are unlike any kind of evenings I've ever experienced anywhere else. It's all just complete pleasantness. And I cannot ask for that much more. We're still getting a little bit of smoke. Where's that steam? Rather it be steam than smoke, because steam's what we need. And I cannot wait to have some of this crab. This waited long enough. Can't wait no more. But that's what you got to do. And you might have noticed that I was putting quite a bit on there. And might be remembering back to the last stream where I had to undergo the challenge of getting all that pizza, the whole large pizza, by the I had to get it done by the end of the stream, which I was not successful in doing. But this is different because I've been eating crab for quite the better part of my life, and when it comes to crab, the amount I can eat is even surprising to me, and that is why it's kind of more irritating and confusing when I try to eat all that pizza and I just cannot get through it. When it's something like this, which is about the same amount as all that, I just cannot get it. But it's the same amount of food content, just about, but it ain't the same amount of ingredients. And I think if it's something like this, one ingredient, I'm good. Because you haven't seen it before, but you will shortly when this stuff gets done cooking. But the amount, like I said, the amount of crab I can eat is something something that'd make you think that I hadn't eaten anything my whole life. So, let's see, this lump done. This stuff, you can feel how much of the water it has absorbed. Yeah, the lump parts are needing perhaps just a little bit more time on there. Should not be too much longer. And of course, the much more efficient way to do this is to obviously make it indoors with your on your stove with a pot, good steaming pot, which is usually what you would do. But since this is the first idea I thought of for a cooking stream that I would not necessarily need a cameraman for, and I could do just entirely by manning the camera myself, and it being such a nice summer out that we have to do it a bit more unusually for the standards of today, but before we had things like stoves, this is what we had to do, and who knows when you need to give a bit of a return to that old technique. which was the only technique, but never ever hurts to learn anything like this. And even I'm learning, because this is my first time doing this exactly in this way. Man, I've been streaming for 2 hours? Ain't that something? Guess that time was taken up at first by my rambling monologuing about the Kmart that I was talking about. Probably was, because I can go on and on and on when it comes to something like that. Well, I would say these are about done. I think it might be that time already. What do I got to do? Yeah, I got to self plate, and I'm going to be preparing a little bit of that butter I was talking about earlier. Back. Hi, I'm back. Because I found it a bit difficult to find a bunch of lemon. But anyway, into the crab off here. Okay. Big plate for this, obviously. Get all this stuff. Don't know about you, but it all looks pretty good to me. I think this was a success. I think be able to work it out. Chat is not frozen, is it? I can't seem to scroll up, but again, this is OBS, so I don't know if it is different. What I am going to do right now I'm gonna put some butter in here. Might need a little more. I'll see how that goes. How much melting we get out of that. Oh man. Forgot that you cannot see me. Be careful when I move this. You know what? There's even a crab piece in there. I got that out. But just gonna rest that bowl with the butter in it on there. I'm doing that in a bowl instead of a saucepan because the handles to my saucepan are plastic, so are not plastic, but they're something that I don't think would tolerate being near open flames, but we ain't got that much flame going on now, so got this out here anyway, so still need to use it. Start melting up pretty quick. Oh, I'm doing that actually. I can even do it here. In fact. Oh. Always have to have lemon with this. Just one of the requirements. odd angle. Butter's taking a bit of a while to get all melted. How's the bit rate here doing? I know that somebody earlier was saying that I needed to fix it, and I did adjust some of it, but I don't even know how it is. I guess I could look on my phone, but I'm out of know how it is in other areas. Goodness. Dang. Shoot, why did nobody tell me about any of this? I just happened to look at the chat. The chat's going on the I looked on my phone. It's frozen for me here. Oh man. Shoot. Dang. Oh man, it just was seeming like I was ignoring everybody. You all need to let me know about this stuff. I'm on Discord, as most of you know. You need to ping me. Man, oh shoot. Hook, Slogan, Virginia, are you still here? Ah, that made me. Wow, I probably seem like the biggest streaming jerk here. Yeah, I can see you, Scott. Yeah, I just how in the world did that happen? I thought OBS was going to be useful. That's not what we call ideal. Man, you need to if anything like that happens again, ping me on Discord. I was looking. If you saw me checking my phone a couple of times over there, I was checking to see if anybody was pinging me, but I thought no, that chat's not frozen. That rarely happens. Well, yes, and as you know, that I'm very, very communicative with my chat, and yeah, if I'm ever doing anything that is highly unlike me, you need to let me know. That was awkward. Talk about that woman following you in the park. Oh, that was a long time ago. That was 2021. Yeah, that was fall of November of 2021. That was a prank, the fake snake prank that I had done earlier in 2020, and I was wanting to redo it because that one, the original video was all right, but the camera angle was not the most ideal thing because I was wearing a GoPro, so I decided to do basically the opposite, to set up the GoPro, as a hidden camera, which is a much better idea. And I was getting some mixed reactions, not anything too video-worthy, footage-worthy, but they're all on camera. And so I'm there for a while, and then this lady just came up, and I thought, okay, I'm probably going to get her. And again, what happened was because I was in the shrubs, and it was something that I could not have even predicted that I could have prevented, but my string got caught around the shrub, and I couldn't pull it, so it was still just across the sidewalk like a trip line. And again, that was my bad, but I couldn't really have predicted that happening, and I anytime I'm going to do that in the future, I'm going to keep that in mind, definitely. But yeah, she just kind of it created a bit of a trip line, and she just stumbled over it, and I was just motionless. She looked around a bit and somehow didn't see me there. I was just crouching like that, and somehow did not see me, and she walked away, and I just felt really bad about that and freaked out. Then I saw her coming back, and then as it was shown in the video, I kept kind of walking away, and then she would come back to my direction, and then I would walk away, and it was basically like, I don't think she could see me, but she was like surveying and patrolling that whole walkway to see like if she could find me, to catch me. And like you said, I wonder where she was at. I don't know, because like any normal, like if I was like really unhappy and wanted to confront the person who did that, I would have said, I would have, like, when that happened, I would have got out and started saying, all right, who did this? Who's here? Who did this? This is right here. They're probably watching this, probably around this area watching what happened. And but no, she just kept patrolling. Like, she was fixated on finding me. And I don't know. The thing is, I really do not know what she would have said, because I've never experienced anything like that where somebody is that, like I said, fixated and almost obsessed with finding the culprit. And she just was and it was a nice evening, and she just spent it walking back and forth, just back and forth and back and forth. It wasn't even catching half of it on camera, because it was there's a whole other section of the trail that she just kept walking back and forth and back and forth. And it was freaking me out, because this lady was determined. And it was making me afraid of what she was going to to do. I mean, I really, and I was just trying to. I mean, it would not have been the worst thing in the world, but it did get me freaked out. The commitment that she had, and it would have been really awkward. So she eventually just gave up and walked away. I know the neighborhood where she lives, and I definitely ain't wanting to try looking for her at all. And yeah, she did not see me, so if anytime I see her, I'll recognize her and then start freaking out a bit. But she probably would not recognize me unless she's seen that video. Which I don't know. That if she had seen that video, that might have made the situation even worse. Who knows? The camera wasn't taken. Yeah, she didn't see. That's what I was concerned about, because if she was that committed on scanning the whole area, she might have seen it. But it's small enough. It was a little GoPro. It was just, I had it up against a tree trunk, so it was pretty well hidden. But if she had taken it, that would have been even more awkward than all of it. Like, I would have to come. I would have been spending the whole time avoiding her, and then I would have to come to her. She see this arguing? No, she did not encounter. She did not ever come face to face with me at all. You need to see it. But I spent the whole time, like 40 minutes, over 40 minutes, avoiding her, just like hiding from her, walking the opposite direction, and then she would walk in that direction, and I had the high ground, fortunately enough. Good thing she did not. I was on a bit of a hill on the other side of the stream. But if she had the high ground, she was on that part, I would have been in trouble. But I had the surveillance on her. But what was the freakiest part is when I could not see her, and I did not know when she was just going to pop out. And there was a bridge over the stream, and that is what I was looking at the most. It's like, if she crosses that bridge, I'm going to have to bolt. Something like that. No, it's the it's in the title. It's called "I Was Stalked by an Old Lady Because of a Prank." Which, how many other folks can come out and say that they have accomplished to be stalked by an old lady? Man. And it all just seemed too perfect. Like, again, like I had mentioned in there, the way she was walking differently than how she was walking before it happened. She was walking differently after it happened, because she was walking like normally, like a normal person with her head up. But then right after it happened, she put her head down and was walking. She had her hands in her pockets, started walking real slow. Like, it was like I mentioned in the video, the scene of the bad guy coming into the town in an old western, and I just had not ever thought of expecting that. Because when do you ever expect that? You don't. But when does that ever happen? Maybe in Florida. Like, I could see those Juke Squad guys, or like the Ross Creation guys, Vlog Creations. I could see that happening to them. But here, man, and I've been through that neighborhood. I've looked through it. I've taken walks around it. Doesn't seem like there'd be many weirdos living there, but it's the old lady weirdos. That is a different type. You should have hid in a bush and threw... Where are the... Yes, threw a bunch of hard candy, and that would have distracted her. Yeah, I should have had you on the scene with me. Because I did not know what to do except... hide. Oh, there's too much On their hands, I guess. I did not even see how old she was. I just got, and the other freaky thing was I could not get a good look at her face. I never got a good look at her face. I just saw enough glimpses to know that she was an old lady. She was just a mystery lady, and not the Carrie Fisher type mystery lady. That's a Blues Brothers reference. But the kind that you get stuck with when you don't want to. 5% butterscotch hit the 70s. I guess, yep. I have consumed over my life an unusually low amount of butterscotch. And maybe I need to start trying, or just save up till I am of butterscotch age. Not even like butterscotch pudding. I don't even know if I have even had butterscotch pudding. Anyway, stuff's about done, and did I miss any more messages? This tastes like the first time they watched Leave It in. How you make these associations? Like, we need, when eventually, you know, your Hook's slogan's brain needs to be preserved, so we can examine it and see if we can create some cool modern medicine out of some of the neurons. You know, Hook's slogan, he might be the eventually be the cure to neurodegenerative diseases. Can't lie, butterscotch's good, especially the butterscotch. Huh. To look into that. But I just thought of something though. Just thought of something that I was thinking about earlier. How I said Hook's slogan needs to be a detective. If he ain't gonna do that, he at least needs to play the next Batman. At least, you know, I can just picture the shot of it's all dark, and there's there's the bad guys, and then there's footsteps coming out of the shadows, and then there's this big shape coming out, and then Batman comes out, and it's Hook's slogan, and he has a whiskey glass with him, and he comes out of the shadows and goes, "I'm Batman." Oh yeah, Hook, I'm catching on. Catching on now. But this stuff, let's see. Can we get it far enough away? Can we? Oh, might need to elevate it a bit. But this stuff is done. Come on. Come on. Combination of degenerate and genius. What in the world? There's a tree branch about to come down, I guess. So, guess I better just get it quick. Thought I was going to be able to get a shot of this, but so I'm afraid if I block out my face, it is going to be too reminiscent of those really weird mukbang videos, which this seems good. Yep, good enough. Because if it comes off like a mukbang, then nope, I'm ending that. Moving like to AS. No. Ugh. Let's dig into this stuff. This is almost like my overcoming the pizza thing, essentially. You can see how I operate with this kind of thing. Makes me want to clean my ears. Yeah, let's clean that sound out of it. Alrighty. Ah. Excellent. Excellent. Hope you all can have your dinners here with me as well. Because if you do have dinners set up here, I'd like to know what you all are having. Because I'm having the good stuff. Like some inspiration as well. Looking good. Thanks, Scott. This is tasting even better. Who's that? Who's messaging me? Okay. We'll save that for later. What did I just do? Okay, I was trying to turn off my phone with few fingers because I have crab stuff on the other ones. How is it? It is some of the best crab ever had. It is juicy. It has kept that crab flavor. It has not been overcooked at all. The steam got to it and was able to give it the kind of consistency and flavor that that's just the classic way of crab that I did not think would be I did not know actually that I would be able to pull off just with this grill steaming method, but I did it. So I definitely, now that I know that this does work, it's confident about what else I can do in this kind of style. Because crab legs are not the most expected thing that you can grill, but I think there are ways to grill anything, really anything, and we just have to find them out. And I found out about this one. Because this ain't just grilled crab. This is steamed crab cooked on the grill. But if any of you are disappointed in me about me losing to the pizza, well, you just have to see how I do here. Have to see what the outcome is. 'Cause it might surprise you, like I've surprised myself sometimes. Good dip in this butter. Oh yes, yep. Lemon and butter, all you need. If I did have some Old Bay, if I did have Old Bay, I might put it on, but I don't, because why don't I have Old Bay? That's just something that I just thought of. Why don't I have Old Bay? I should always have Old Bay. But maybe next time when I make I don't know, crab cakes. We'll see. Maybe we'll see. I've had quite a few crab cakes in my life. They were good. They were good, but not anything to write home about. So I am still on the search for good crab cakes. Because the idea of a crab cake to me is a wonderful, wonderful idea. But I've just not been as satisfied as I would think I would be with them. So still on the search, because I do believe in the concept of crab cakes. Well, hello, giant buns. Didn't expect to have a visitation by such a successful streaming corporation as this one. But welcome, and I hope you enjoy your stay, and I hope you do stay, because I need the association, right? Yeah. Depends on the seasoning. That might be it. That might be it. I don't think the ones I've had have been cooked correctly, been fried in the right way. But it's always sometimes kind of disappointing, because the idea of it, again, like I said, is something that is so perfect to me. But I don't get the expected results a lot of the time, but I will try, and maybe the ones will be ones I make. So that might be the next, might be a future stream. I put crab over lobster. Oh yeah. I like lobster, but crab, man, lobster. That is something that I've not really been able to understand, is why lobster is always put over crab. Always rated over crab. And I guess it's just a taste thing, and I can respect that. But for me, crab every time. What, Hook, was that such a controversial statement that you had to retract that? Did the lobster fans get to you? Did the wealthy middle-aged people get to you? What? Oh. Okay. Oh. I thought it was... the status thing of reception flavor. Yep. That's what it is. You know, because lobster's, lobster. It's something that has a very iconic image to it. Appearance-wise, But crab, that's weird looking, huh? That ain't a lobster. That ain't a perfectly formed, intact lobster. Yeah, guess I understand that. Grip on shrimp, crabs, lobster left me up. Yeah. But I will say, the best thing I have had crab in, aside from just by itself, but have something that had crab in it, was a crab dip that my dad made. I understood what you were trying to say, Hook. But my dad made this crab dip, and that was one of the it was definitely one of the best things I've ever eaten in my life. Had it with some I don't know what all exactly was in it, but he used fresh king crab, and he served it with garlic bread, tomato slices and basil, I think. Only ever had it once, but I would eat it every day. I think that is possible. It's like waste of crab. No, man, that I guess you just haven't had the good kind. I'll try to remember how my dad did it, and I'll replicate it on here, and can copy what I do for it. And imitation crab. Imitation crab just does not suffice. Imitation crab, sometimes you can make it work. Best time I've had imitation crab is when I had it in an omelet. Wasn't that bad, but nothing on the real stuff. Watched The Deadliest Catch for years. Oh yeah, I was just talking about that one with somebody a couple days ago. Oh yeah, definitely. What I would like to do is just have a net. Like if I lived by the ocean, I would just have a net, like a big net that could catch crabs and other things. Just have it attached to a rope, just attached to my house, and just leave it. Just leave it out there for a while, and then pull it in and see what I have. Yeah, I've not seen much of it actually, but seen similar things. But it's definitely something that I'd watch, and I could also see myself attempting. Because if it involves crab to be had, the risks I'm definitely willing to take. But also, though, just remembered that in Florida, I once stayed on the beach in a place at Palm Coast, Florida. And there were, across the beach, always, every day, tons of fiddler crabs on the beach all day, every day. And I don't know if those are kind of good for eating at all, but no, they were just there, and if you wanted to, you could just catch you could catch a whole beach full of crabs. You know, if there's any time you wanted to catch some crabs, go to Palm Coast, Florida, where you can every day you're sure to catch some crabs. Come visit. Come to our beach, where you are sure to catch some crabs on our beach. Yeah, I know about that because about the stuff about Alaska because I don't know if you've seen some of the videos I've done with Crazy Uncle, but you can't miss him even if you haven't watched any of the videos. You've seen him in the thumbnails of some of my podcast videos, and he's been in some of the other normal videos. But he lived out in Alaska doing long line voyages, catching salmon and trout, halibut, and was also part of the Sablefish Tag Program, which is tagging all the rare sablefish and to have their activity and their lifespan be observed. Very, very actually important program that he took part of while he was there, and yeah, he definitely went through some hard experiences there with being on the boats and even being on the dock. I'll have to have him tell these stories of these experiences on the podcast, but yeah, even managing the dock equipment, there's a whole lot of risk involved with that. But yeah, the weather and the conditions that you sail out into, it is scary, to say the least. And something it takes real bravery to do, and not like you can't go out there and start regretting your decisions because you already signed up for it. And even living in those areas of Alaska is quite a challenge because of what you got to deal with to maintain your house, and there's also wolves. There were sure some wolves around that area that actually get into your stuff, and they take stuff. They take some of your stuff, anything that they see fit that they want, they take. They're smart. Those wolves are smart, and they will find ways to get into your stuff that you would not even expect. It's Grizzly Man? I have not. Is that, oh, this sounds like something in Alaska. But, grizzly bears ate a guy. Whoa! Whoa, they ate them. Wow, one thing if they just killed them, if they ate them. Man, I have not heard of anything like that before. Yeah. That'll do it. That will do it. I've seen some of the people who go out into bear territory and record them. And there's nothing. There is really nothing stopping them from doing anything that they want to you. So I don't know how you, considering the risks of that, still go through with it. But I would, especially if it's the grizzly bears, count me out with something like that. Even if it's not anything where you get up close, even if it's far away, there is nothing that can prevent them from doing anything they want to you. I've seen this one clip of this guy who was recording bears in a river, and then there was this huge bear that just came up behind him and was sniffing him and just kind of was standing next to him, kind of looking around, and it was surprisingly chill and did not do anything but just kind of stand there. But I mean, that guy was fortunate because anything could have happened. And I think he was quite surprised too. You know, he was up there, up above the river filming, but again, that doesn't really do anything for you. A deer chase you? A deer? I have never heard of that happening. A deer chasing a person. Huh. I've there's deer around here all the time, so I've seen countless deer and gotten kind of close to countless deer throughout my time here, but they've all when you get close enough to them, they all just dash away. But they sometimes snort and kind of stomp, but they always run away. But I've never heard of that. Chased you? Where were you at? I wonder if it was like trying to protect some of its doe? Maybe. Evening walk on the road, and it was just tiring me. Close range. Huh. I've also seen like one or two videos of rabid deer. Those are really quite freaky, but they don't chase people. So I don't know, it could have been rabid. seen, like I said, one or two videos of rabid deer that are they act really, really weird. But who knows? One stumbles on a bear, the person is in deep. Oh, you're dead. You are dead. If you stumble upon a bear cub, you are dead. I mean, if you do that, if you end up around a bear cub, I don't know. I don't know what you do. You just, if you see the mother bear, you just flatten down, put your hands over your head, and that's really the best you can do. You maybe get out alive, but low chance. Run off because I was getting close, but it chased me down the road. Yeah, that deer probably was rabid. 'Cause I've never heard of anything like that before. And I've seen plenty of deer, and I know how they act most of the time. Bobcat. I've ain't got much in the way of bobcats out here, but I would not discredit that entirely. If we had any out here, but yeah, there's sometimes where just you can't help when things just run out in front of you. That isn't quite unfortunate though. But a creature that is not common at all around here, but I have heard that was sighted once here by somebody, was badgers. And I think like a week ago, I think I actually saw the first badger I've ever seen. We have raccoons and possums, you know, as we have as many raccoons and possums as we do people here, but badgers, that's not common at all. But I think I finally once did see the first badger I've seen here, and the only other time that I've heard of one being sighted here was in like 2010 or so. Saved a snapping turtle in the road, Summer. Whoa. That's some bravery there. I've seen what might have been a snapping turtle in the road once. It was just a huge turtle. And those things actually do scare me a bit, because they have jaws. They have jaws that can snap pieces of wood. Like, you will get your finger chopped right off by one of those things. Get your hand mangled. So how did you get it out of the road? Did you what'd you do? Put a cone over it. Yeah, that's really mostly what you can do. Tried to scoop it out of the way, and it jumped. Oh man, that would shake me up. A jumping snapping turtle. I did not even know that they could jump. I did not even know that turtles any turtle could jump. Wow. Well, I must say that, and that snapping turtles are the turtle superior, because you can do that, and with that crazy jaw power, they've got it going for them. I'm trying to that's just one of those insane nature moments. Man, I've never experienced snapping turtle except when I saw one in the road before. I did not stop because there was somebody else who stopped, and I did not witness whatever they did for it or what happened with them. But I did, and looking back on this, I'm realizing this was even more crazy than I thought it was when I did it. But this was back in 2010, 2011 maybe, and I was at the house of some friends of mine who I did not go to their house frequently at all because it was kind of far out. But they had a big lake on their property. They lived on the opposite side of town, but it was way out in the country as well. Even though it was it was across town, and they had this massive pond, and they had a bunch of people over, including us, to go swimming in it. And there's a bunch of little kids there that they were just letting swim in their pond. And they had told everybody that there was snapping turtles in their pond. But they were only in a certain area, so don't go over to that area. I'm just now like remembering how insane that was. They had a bunch of people, including little kids, go swim in their pond that had snapping turtles that they claimed were all in one area. I'm finding that more hard to believe now than ever. Like, what kind of... That is nothing but crazy. Why did they... I cannot even think of what the thought process was about that. And they apparently had never gotten bitten before, because they even had a big water slide, or not a water slide, but they had basically a play set built in the middle of their pond, and they had a big slide that you could slide down into it. So they trusted it. But nowadays, they told me there was snapping turtles, and that water was quite dark, could not see a thing. You could not see if one was coming up to approaching you. No way, no way. Oh, and that same time that we were there, my mother got all freaked out because a fish there were big fish in their pond. They could go fishing in their pond and bring up fish from that pond. There was a bunch of fish, and there were big fish. She got bit by a fish. A fish bit her, I think, like on the leg, maybe. And she started freaking out because she thought it was a snapping turtle. She thought there was a snapping turtle that bit her, and she jumped up to the when I was going. I think I just got bit by a snapping turtle. There's a snapping turtle there. And they were saying, "Oh no, they're all in one area." I think there was a snapping turtle, and I think somehow they deducted that it was just a fish, because I do think it was, because if it was a snapping turtle, I think her injury would have been way worse. But she got bit by a fish in their pond. That's a fear of mine. Get it? Yeah, that's why you have to know where you're swimming at. There are eels in the creeks here. Oh man, why does that have to even happen? Eels in creeks. In creeks, you'd think that you're safe from all that, but then they're in your creek. Dang. Ah. They're natural. Yeah, yeah. I think I've heard of eels being in lakes. I know my mother went to a summer camp once where there was eels, like little tiny ribbon eels in the water around where they were not swimming in there. They were just they were on something, some kind of like a raft, something. Yeah, what are they even doing there in creeks? Yeah, the being bitten by anything while swimming in the water. That's why I am. I've not gone near the ocean a lot. At least when you're in the ocean, the water is clearer there. But then again, there's everything in there. So it's not that I don't think it's a. It ain't that like it is an irrational fear of mine about the ocean. I just have heard enough, and I would rather go to like Africa where there's lions and cheetahs that can kill you, rather than going in the ocean, because if you're out like in the like the plains of Africa, you get a better view of what's ahead of you in the distance, and you got a better chance of getting away. But in the water, we're not meant for for swimming efficiently away and escaping things. So basically, we're setting ourselves up for risk. So if anything happens, nobody's to blame but yourself. Snakes here too in the northeast. I've not encountered any. Have I? No, I've not encountered any water snakes here, but definitely seen a countless amount of snakes here over the years. There's definitely a whole bunch of them in the woods out here, but I would almost rather see. Yeah, I would rather see land snakes than water snakes. I'm glad that there are none of those around my lake. Let's go swimming at. Stepped on a snake in tall grass, wrapped itself around your leg. What? So it did not bite you. It just wrapped itself around your leg. Man, Virginia, you've got all these animal experiences. They're like only the rare ones that you've had. Because usually, if you step on a snake, it bites you. But this did it just immediately wrap itself around your leg? That's just... I haven't heard of that happening. Had pants on, luckily. I kicked it off. The long garter. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely the snakes that are constrictors. That's how they capture and kill their prey, is constricting. But when it's stepped on, I mean, does it even have time to do that? I would think the immediate reaction was to bite, but it didn't. Huh. Immediately wrapped around you. Free a snake. Oh man. you've been fortunate, but also um but also gotten into some definite situations there. You had the deer chase you, snake try to constrict you, snapping turtle try to bite your hand off. Man, I live in a ridge in the woods, the certified sticks here. Lived here all my life, and I haven't had anything like that happen. I've had a snake come into my bedroom once, but even that, I just saw it, and it just kind of went around my bookshelf. But that's probably about my craziest experience like that I've had. Yeah. And I've seen some in my bedroom. It somehow got in. I don't know how, but it's just what you gotta expect out here. Yeah, good thing it did not get in my bed, but I've lost count of how many snakes we've had in the house. There was the one that was in the vent. There was the one that went in the couch. There's the one that went into the pantry. There was the one that. Oh, I'll have to. Now that I have this fancy OBS software on here, I think I can do screen recording now. So I'll have to eventually show the video I was taking of the snake that got into my music room. You know, the streaming room that I'm usually in, and it was across my keyboards that I have in the corner of the room. And it looked like a guitar strap that I just had over the keyboard, but it's just this big long snake. Killed him out this morning with the trap. Yeah, I've had mice and even a chipmunk once get in the house, but the mice, that's definitely a undesirable situation because they're even harder to get out. But what I've found is that and mice, if you've had mice long enough, like I have, they get used to what you do to prevent them from being there, because snap traps, glue traps, they get smart and they go around them. They know how to go around them. I've witnessed this. And they don't work. What I've finally found that works the best are these metal enclosure traps. That's basically like it's almost like chicken wire. That's in a rectangle thing, and then you have these doors, flap doors on the sides of it, that when the mice go in it, and you always have bait, some kind of thing that they would like in there, and then they go in, and there's basically a little ramp thing that when they go on, the doors close and they cannot get out. That's what I found has worked the best. and you just can take them outside and release them far away. I think there's you probably get them. I got them at my local hardware store, so I don't think they're the hardest thing to come by. But mice problems, rat problems, they're no fun at all. And when it's out here, where they're just, this is just where they're at all the time, you start getting used to it. But you get used to it, but yeah, definitely have to find the solutions that will work. Oh yeah, if you have poison out, they'll smell it. They definitely have working sniffers. I don't know if you can hear that, but that's it's one of the big frogs, the big giant frogs that we got out here. One thing we do have is giant frogs. Not bullfrogs, but you know, the closest you can get to a bullfrog, basically. Don't know if you can hear that. And they're not the screaming kind of frogs. They're the classic ribbiting kind. Just get a cat. Yeah, that'll do it. You know what? That might be the solution for me. I've gone my whole life without even thinking of getting a cat. You know, could be what I need. Yeah, and some of the frogs, they even get friendly too. They know that they can, if they need to avoid something or somebody, they can just hop away into the pond. But they do sometimes get trust, and they'll let you. I've seen them get even so friendly that you can even pet them. Back had some Alfredo tortellini. Oh, that's good stuff. I'd put that right up with what I'm having. If you make it right, that's the good stuff. Oh, you know what though? You know what would make that even better? Put some crab meat in that. Either just with your the Alfredo sauce, or in the tortellini. Now that's something. I haven't even thought of that, but you just gave me that idea. I will say lobster, I think lobster works better with if it's in something. Like lobster, ravioli, yes. Lobster poutine, yes. Lobster stew, yes. Is this a 24-hour stream? No, it's how long have we been going here? Favorite live traditions in the last. I was trying to forget that rhyme exists. Ugh. Oh, I've been going for almost 4 hours. Nice. Oh, and I just happened to look at my video. See that barely see what I'm doing. And I'm just relying on the lights on the side of my house that I have. It's quite nice out, but I may just have to move this inside so we can see things. I don't know if dim streams, if that's any of you guys' thing. But, eventually we'll get to the point where it's just going to be a silhouette. Actually, that could be a good idea, so you can actually see what I'm eating here. I'll be back. We're going to transfer this inside. And get all the crab stuff off my hands before I start moving stuff. Alrighty, I'm back. The nature sounds are relaxing. Well, I just ruined it. Well, I think we've had our fair share of it. But I'm actually not going to take this inside. I'm going to do that. I brought a clamp lamp. There we go. Hey, there we are. There we go. You heard any interesting sounds while I was gone? Or just frogs, crickets? Just putting some more lemon in my butter. Yeah, they are great. I think so. There's different types of crickets. There's the chirping ones and the kind of screeching ones, but even the screeching ones aren't too they ain't too obnoxious. How many we got here? Definitely sounds of summer. Yeah, yeah. They actually just started. The cricket sound started just a few weeks ago, and yeah, we get those sounds kind of later, and then in the later in the summer, and then into kind of into the fall. Well, not really fall yet, but in very late summer, the cricket noises, insect noises are just the loudest you ever heard them. Like right now, they're all chilling, but you know, come August and September, that's just like all you'll hear. It's just it's all just like a wall of sound of crickets and everything else. How much does the crab legs cost? I don't. What is the? Where's the bag? They're from. Oh, is that it? No. They're from Food Lion, which they've got good prices for almost everything they have. Huh. Misplaced the bag, I guess. But actually, I did not get by these crab legs. Actually, I actually took these. I was explaining in at the beginning of the stream how these survived they survived in the cooler when I had to drive all the way back home because I was actually out staying with my grandparents in the last couple of days, and we had planned that for a while, and okay, that's nothing. We did a lot of grilling of seafood. They have my grandpa's a Pit Boss grills, one of the Pit Boss grills, and they're quite high end. And we did a bunch of we did some crab, we did some shrimp scallops, and these we had left over, so they just suggested that I take them because they aren't not big crab eaters, so they got most of it for me, but we had all these ones left over, so they survived in the cooler when I was coming home here, but yeah, they are still good. They're definitely still good. They survived. Hello, Mr. Krabs, Mikey. Yeah, that's going from the Berry Freak to Mr. Krabs. Because if there are berries to be had, and if there's crab to be had, it will be. I will. Need some get rid of some berries, get rid of some crab. Call me and I'll come running. Yeah, my grandparents, I guess they thought that that eating crab would be easier because they don't eat that stuff commonly at all. But and they saw how I was, and they knew that I liked it, so that's why they got it. But then they saw how I was able to do it, and they, I guess, didn't know how you're supposed to shell it. And they said, "You just take it, because we ain't going to eat all this." And I did not know if it was gonna last, but it did. It did. So I guess they couldn't have been too pricey because Food Lion, that's they got some good stuff there. I will say I've gotten quite good deals on crab legs from Sam's Club. I don't know if you all got, well, I think everybody has a Sam's Club, but I quite like Sam's Club. That's something that I really, that's a good place that I've always liked going. It's a good store. They've got what you need in the best way that you can get it. Like the amount of bulk that they have is for me is quite ideal. And I was able to get some good deals on frozen crab legs that were just in the freezer section in a bag. And so I would recommend, if you have Sam's Club in your area, get over there and see what you can find, because whatever it may be, they probably have it, and the way that they have it is probably most optimal. Oh, man. Sprayed. But yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, TJ Maxx and Sam's Club, two stores, and Rural King. TJ Maxx, not TJ. Why do I keep saying TJ Maxx? TJ Maxx is good as well. Kmart, Sam's Club, and Rural King. Those are these stores for me. Those are the stores that I need to survive. Well, more or less. But if I could have 3 stores that still exist in my town, it'd be those 3. The heck, Coleman H? Is that really Coleman? Or is that Super King? I'm wary. Yeah, it is messy, but Mikey, can you go see if that's the real Coleman? I need to know. Okay, I just effing around. Okay. Okay, I will try and believe you. But again, how do you even think of something like that? That's something that has never crossed my mind. You know, okay, maybe if it was like squid or octopus, you know, there's the weirdos who, you know, have created the discourse of things like that we sometimes make the associations of, but crab legs. Huh. Yeah, he does, Robert. All the Kmart's closed around there. Yeah, I think they're closed everywhere in Virginia. I think. I had 2 in my town, they closed, and that was, when they closed, I started seeing their worth even more because how much I missed going there. Avoiding the puddle on Twitch describes crab legs like that. Avoiding the puddle. I ain't sure I've heard of that person. Yeah, Kmart's. They. You got a lot of Targets. Yeah, Kmart is Target, but better. That's a no-nonsense Target. That they have all that you need, and more of stuff that you might like there. But they have. It's all just better. It's all just better, and they. I've not seen anything in there that is that was ever something that was kind of a nonsensical product to sell. It's all been, they've all known what their customers, they all know their customers, you know. And they even have a whole garden section. You know, mine at least they did. Very much appreciated that they had that. And it was the closest, one of the closest stores to my house. And my house is not close to anything at all. Because I am out here. That's the best Halloween decorations. You know what? I didn't even think of that, but they did have some of the, not the average stuff, but more high quality stuff. Those stores are so huge, I've heard. Yeah, you got things like Walmart that have a big section, but they're not, you know, grocery section, but they're not inherently groceries. Sam's Club, that is a massive grocery section, but again, they're not inherently grocery stores. Kroger, though, that is a big one, but I guess they could be bigger. You know what? I've never been to, or maybe I have. I think I've been inside one Ingles once. Or went shopping in an Ingles. I got lost one time when I was driving somewhere and I had to stop in an Ingles for directions, and they gave me the most horrible directions they could give me. And but there was one time I think I've gone shopping in an Ingles. I've never gone into a Costco, and I've never gone into an IGA either. Just never needed to. Christmas section too? Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, they had what you wanted. And they were not, you know what? Sometimes when you go into Target, you feel kind of bored, and I feel like everything in there is just kind of uninspired. But Kmart, I think Kmart kind of had a soul to it. Kmart had a bit of a soul, I think. They had to kill it off. Which one, Aldi? Or I've been to two Aldis. There was an Aldi that was been here for quite a long time, and it was tiny. It was a tiny Aldi's. It kind of soured me a bit for going to Aldi, because that place smelled not good. It did not smell good, and they had pretty lowbrow products. But then there was another one that opened up more recently. I've gone to that, and that wasn't huge. It was actually kind of they didn't have the biggest selection of things, but it was at least better, and it did not smell bad. Yeah, they are. They're getting better. That one though, I think I just went to the bad one. I guess I went to the bottom of the barrel Aldi. The unfortunate thing about the Aldi here, the second Aldi that opened up, is, can you all guess what the building originally was that closed and they put the Aldi in? Can you all guess? You would never expect this. They opened up an Aldi where a Barnes and Noble used to be. Could you ever imagine that? Barnes and Noble getting replaced by Aldi. Man, that's just a whack in the groin to Barnes and Noble. Getting replaced by Aldi. Man. That's a burner. That's a burner right there. Barnes and Noble to Aldi. Never been to an Aldi before. Huh. Yeah, I've gone to it I once was there looking for something that I couldn't find anywhere else. Didn't find it there. That was when I went to the bad one. And this one, actually, I know why I went to the new one. It was because of some stuff. It's because Jack Quire shops at Aldi, and he said there's some cool stuff there. It's worth going to, so that's why I went to Aldi, to the Barnes & Noble Aldi. And he was right, they had some of the stuff there. It was not the worst shopping experience. I would go back, but not... Yeah, I might actually. Whole Foods a lot. We don't have a Whole Foods here, actually. We were going to, and there was a whole buzz about this big buzz about Whole Foods coming to here. Whole Foods, we're finally getting a Whole Foods. Never happened. I don't know why, because I know they're not doing badly or popular. You can return Amazon stuff there? Huh. That's unique. I've been to one once, and it was pretty good. Not bad. But what we have here is called Fresh Time. That's what went into what the Whole Foods was going to be, which is okay, but not my kind of place. The kind of stuff they have there is what even is what don't I like about Fresh Time? I don't know. The stuff, the produce though, I found is not fresh. It's not fresh, and they don't. Yeah, I know what it was. They never had what I needed. They never have had what I've ever needed. Blew that away. Oh, well, yeah, man. I'm outside. I mean, if you'd seen the earlier part of the stream, which was the feature of the stream, me grilling, and did I send you an invite over here, Wolftar? I don't know if I did. Huh, I might have forgotten about that. Turn the light on in the sky. I cannot even see the moon. Cloudy day. Sent you the invite. I was gonna invite you over here. You cut out. I said I was going to invite you over here, Wolftar. Like last time. But, I don't know if you like crab or not, or any shellfish. That's something strikes your fancy, Wolftar, but that's what we've been doing out here. No Aldi near me, but there's an Liddy? Never heard of that, actually. Well, Wolftar, you just take a fork and you just take one of the ends of it and you just crack it open, and if it's a tough piece like this, you might have to use some prying. Like, that, should have thought that first. Yes. Boy, my boy. I don't know if you can pull that card anymore, because I don't know if any of you have noticed this. If any of you have noticed this shirt. But I just want you to think about that. How many years ago was 2004? That was 20 years ago. Oh, so that means I'm 20 years old now. That's new. How about that? took me a bit to realize. But I don't know, Wolftar, if you can go around pulling the My Boy card. Because maybe up until a couple of days ago, when was my birthday? It was Friday. So 3 days ago, or up until 3 days ago, all you want. But this time around, we'll see. I actually don't mind at all, but that's something to keep in mind. Yes, I am Cancer. Very, very fitting. 20 years old, like you're the same age, and you're even younger than my brother since you were born. Oh yeah. Well, thanks, Virginia, Mikey. Something I did not expect at all, but it's quite the dose of reality and time perspective right there, and I'm feeling it. It's one of the rare occasions where I'm starting to feel my age. Thank you, Robert. And Giant Buns. I wasn't expecting to see Giant Buns popping up in here. So is that I get the Giant Buns for my birthday? Yeah. 20 is a beautiful age. I guess I'll have to find out. It's been fine so far. But yeah. It's a bit of a, it's a milestone that I had that I've thought of before, but you know, that's in the past. I think about, oh, you know, someday 20 years old, and you know, I'm 20 and 20, and now it's here. And it's really interesting to think that 2004 was 20 years ago. Like we are out and away from the early 2000s. I think a whole lot of the folks here remember when the early 2000s seemed new. But, man. Interesting to think that I was around in that era. That was 20 years ago. I still remember it slightly, like 2007, 8, and then 9, and it only now feels like that long ago. Well, I was born, there was no Sing Monster. Yep. Well, I was somewhere in there. Not like I am now, of course. I went to college in 2004. Dang, man. I'm in college now, and this is gonna be. I've already done 2 years in college. That's hard to think about. 2003. Yeah, that's even. Yeah. And Mikey, you don't even seem like you're that old, even. You seem like you're more my age. But you were where I'm at now when I was just being born, or as they say, getting born. As per Red Hot Chili Peppers, Danny California. Getting born. You get born. You are born, but then you get born. How can you get born? But you're also. How can you be born and get born? Is there a difference? Or... Peaches and Burgers secret recipe? Well, I'm kind of on that path already. Peaches and Burgers one before there was even a Swing Monster. When was your house built, Robert? This house is 1992. Let's make crab pizza burgers. Crab pizza burgers. I've heard of pizza burgers. Heard of that, but crab pizza. I'm not fully against trying it, but crab burgers, though, that is when we're talking. You want some crab pizza burgers? Okay, well I guess they must be good then. If somebody who might be allergic to shellfish wants crab pizza burgers, then I have to be trying it. Pizza dough and mozzarella cheese. You know what? I think it's such a bad idea. Let's say. But something that is going to be a good idea is me getting some water. Because I need it. imagine getting a huge burger bun, very, very wide, and then getting mince, making it into a huge burger, and put the other wide bun over and cut it into triangles of pizza. That would be so fun to eat. You know, Robert, if that's something you can make, I would say you can, you should stream it. Stream yourself doing that, because that is something I have not heard of before. So you can go ahead and be in the first. So I don't know if you can see here, but I have four sets of crab legs left, and this time I don't have the challenge of eating them all before the end of the stream. So I'm probably going to save just a bit of these for another time. But I did get quite my fair share of them. I do think so. I would say that is safe to say. What kind of pizza? I could do something like that, to be honest. Some of you would see it. Oh yeah. Yeah, Robert, anytime you'd like to show your culinary ideas, I think we'd all hop on and watch that. But look at how much of the shells I've gone through. I had this bowl here this whole time, putting all the shells in. I've overfilled a whole bowl with all the shells. I've eaten quite a bit. And how many are left here? I think this one has 4 left. I'd say I'll do this last one, and I'm done. Got my water here because, oddly enough, the crab has a high sodium level. I would not expect that, but you do not have to put any salt at all on crab meat because it is salty. But yeah, Robert Hayes, I know you're quite the fan of burgers. I am too. I've always liked burgers and making burgers. I am a burger connoisseur myself, actually. So I know a thing or two about them, and I know how you make them good. Oh yeah, most definitely. I still have this much left, and I think by now, after I have this last one, it's break time for me. I'm going to have them for dinner tomorrow. But I must say, and I'll always say, when there are crab legs to be had, they will be had by me. Again, like the unlike the pizza, it's something that just does not affect me at all. Like right about now, I'm feeling kind of full, but I probably could keep going and eat the whole rest of the plate here. But we ain't doing a challenge here. This ain't there are no stakes that I've lost at that need to be fulfilled. And I think the main point of me doing this is how I made them on the grill, and hopefully what I did was clear enough that you all can find the same way to do it yourself. Next time I do a cooking stream, I will have a cameraman. I probably will have a cameraman, and I'm going to do Well, I don't know what we'll be doing next, but I think it might be a bit more. Pacing might be a bit better. Anything spooky ever happened in those woods? Not in the unexplainable paranormal sense, really. But there has been a mountain lion in the woods, and I think this was about 2008, 2009, perhaps. And there was a mountain lion here, and we were hearing it. And mountain lion calls. I don't know if any of you have ever heard anything like that. Those things are just those things are just like soul rattling. You would not expect a cat, a predatory cat, to make that kind of sound. It's a screaming sound. It's not anything like a liger or a tyan. Liger or a tyan. Oh my goodness, I genuinely said that. A lion or a tiger or anything like that. It is a screaming sound. It sounds like... Oh, there's a moth in my light now. It sounds like a woman screaming. And it was freaking us out. And, we asked one of the neighbors about it, and she said she heard it, and she said, oh yeah, that's a mountain lion. And sure enough, that's what mountain lion calls sound like. But, it was reassuring to know that nobody had because we were thinking like somebody's getting murdered or something. And, reassuring that was not the case, but then there's a mountain lion out here. And likely has cubs, because that's the sound that they make to call the cubs back to them. So there was a mountain lion down here with cubs. Never saw it down here, but we definitely heard it. And although one time long ago, this is before I was born, my mother saw a mountain lion cross in front of the car as she was driving back on this road. It crossed in front, and she never saw it again. And nobody believed her. Nobody believed that there was saw mountain lion. But that's kind of all I can think of. But elusive, yes, very, very elusive. But anything else spooky? I guess there was one time where my mother was out on the upper deck. There's a smaller deck that we have up there. That was at night. She had woken up and just gone outside and just get some air, And she said that she was just looking out into the woods and she observed something. Sasquatch in your area? I was about to say, she observed something that was looking like some movement, and then what eventually looked like a leg, somebody's leg, moved like out from behind a tree. She saw nothing else, as nothing else like that, but just what looked like a leg coming out from behind a tree. Nothing else but just a leg that she said looked like it had hair on it, like a hairy leg moving in the woods. And there was really nothing else that she theorized it could have been, because like it was on kind of the property of the neighbors. There's a guy who lives right across, on the other side of the ravine, but she couldn't think of anything that he would be doing. Why would he be walking in the woods with no light at all at night? So she never figured out what that could be. And she did not think it was a deer, because obviously deer legs are, deer legs, you know what those look like. They're quite thin. So this looked like a person's leg, or a human-like leg that she said could have been hairy. So I would actually rather that be a Sasquatch. That's what I would rather that be than some guy who doesn't live here, who's just wandering through our woods. Sasquatch, at least, that's just exploring around, roaming around its territory, If it wants to come around here, fine, It's the woods. But if there's some guy, no way. No way. Because if there was, it wouldn't last long. There was also another time when, and this is all stuff that my mom has seen. There was one time when she was out putting the garbage out, I think, yeah. Putting the garbage out at night, and she heard something in the woods when she went out to the edge of the road, or edge of the driveway, and put out the garbage can. She was hearing something kind of run away, but it's always deer. It's always deer over here, so she just assumed, okay, it's deer. It's heard it kind of run away. And then she heard that this thing start taking steps toward her, and then start running. Not running, but like kind of taking like some quickly progressing steps toward her. And she said that, at first she thought it was a deer, but then these steps did not sound, they sounded a bit kind of too heavy to be a deer, and not like 4 legs, but more like 2, that were progressively getting faster. And she said she did not want to take any chances, and she just bolted back up to the house. And I think that probably could have been a deer, but she, again, will tell you that they did not sound the most like deer steps. And they were going toward her. But that's really the most I can think of in terms of spooky things. Although I guess like the most definitely spooky thing that has happened, well, I mean, I guess just the worst thing that has happened is that there was, again, this is something that happened with my mom. She was out jogging, and she went down to the end of the highway, or to the highway, at the end of our road that goes into the highway. And she got there, and then she started jogging back, and then this truck came off of the highway and just kind of pulled up behind her and then pulled over to the side of the road and just stopped right where she was jogging, and it just was stopped there, and it was just staying there. I did not get a look at the driver of it, but it just was stopped by the side of the road right when she was jogging there. And I don't really know what that could have been, but all the context surrounding it doesn't paint a good picture. Yeah, and it was in there was daylight still. It wasn't at night, and it was also in front of everybody's houses. So I don't know if I was not there, so I don't know if the neighbors were home, but they if they were, nothing would have really happened if they were and they had seen anything start to happen. But yeah, then the truck just eventually pulled away, I think. But yeah, it was like driving kind of slowly and then just stopped. So if it was somebody doing that completely innocently and was just kind of lost, maybe, I don't know, bad decision. Totally cares where I won't be alone. Off the beaten path backwards. Yeah, I do too. That's just something you have to consider. And like if it's something like out here, I would not say that there's too much to worry about. And of course I know everybody who lives here, so I mean it's not a concern of mine. I go walking in the pitch dark down the road all the time, and it's just because the main concern is that this road here, and then the road across on the other ridge, and then the roads on the other ridge, they're all connected off the highway, and anybody could be coming off that highway and seeing these little roads. So it is the highway and the factor that anybody could be there. That is the main concern. Pocket knife, yeah, and we have bear spray as well. Bear spray, that's quite useful. Like a spray, and I know this, and I know I only know this because of Johnny Knoxville and him testing these things out on himself. But a spray, pepper spray, tear gas, that is miles more effective than anything like even a taser or a stun gun. Those hurt a lot. They kind of give you a shock for a second, but it's not anywhere near as bad as a spray in the eyes, because if you get that, you cannot do anything. You are completely disabled. Peeping Tom, my grandparents' neighborhood, shedding. Oh man, dang. Caught him in the backyard many times. Shoot, on your grandparents? How old was this guy? But, if you want to talk about how, creeps I've encountered. Whoa, man. Staying there, a teenager at the 40s, dang. But like I was gonna say, creeps that's something that's even scarier than mountain lions or Sasquatch, because it's more scary than what's more scary is how that there are people like that exist, that are like that. That's the scary part. But yeah, around town, I've encountered quite some interesting ones. Like, for some reason, this town, it's a weird town. I live outside of town, out here, but the town that is, I guess, live in just at the edge of the city limits of, there is a town area, city area that they're wanting to call it now, and it is weird. There, throughout its history, it's had some quite weird changes in terms of its inhabitants. It's College Town. It's College Town, and there's a lot of professors and people who work for the university, and the students. And there's suburban neighborhoods that are in good condition. There's also a really, really big hippie population. There is a whole lot of hippies around the town, the county. It's really unexplainable how the different types of people here, all get to living together here, and a lot of real artsy people who make art. Whole lot of musicians, and quite talented musicians around this town. It's it's eclectic. It has its eclecticness. You might not expect that at first, but once you get to knowing some of the people around here, you definitely see it. But I've definitely had my fair share of just complete, total, utter weird people. I have no idea what attracts them here. Zero clue, but just people who, those people who you have no idea how to figure them out, or what kind of state they're in, that just are you see out, or you sometimes talk to, that you just are completely baffled by. You got those here, and I've definitely run into a couple of them. There was this one guy. There was this one guy who we ran into at the public pool here, and as I've found out, some of these interesting people like to visit the pool. And there's this guy who this was when I don't know if I'd even turned 12 yet. Might have still been 11. And there's this guy who started getting really, really friendly with, and this was all in one day. Just all of a sudden, like, really, like, started talking to me and my mother while we were there, and started being really, like, too friendly with us. And he was asking us, about ourselves, and what were our names, and where did we live. He was asking us, where do we live? And it was quite clear that he was trying to cover up an accent as well. He was trying to sound American, but he wasn't. He just was one of these guys that you were just baffled by. You couldn't figure out what he was even thinking. He was an enigma. And my mom she stepped in and was telling him that, oh, we're here visiting cousins. We live out all the way away. We don't live here at all. And was just doing her best to mislead him. And this guy eventually, we were able to get rid of him. He walked away, and I saw him leave the pool and leave, out through the front building and out into the parking lot. Well, I noticed that he got into his car, and he did not leave. We got back, we finished swimming there, and we got back into our car, and as soon as we started driving, he pulled out of the parking lot. Not making this up. When we pulled, and we were there for a while after that, swimming. And then we got in the car, and when we started driving, he started driving. And he was following us. And in retrospect, should have called the police. But what we did is we started following him. And eventually, when we saw that this guy was definitely on our trail, we turned around and started following him. And he got out of there. He just went. He drove off. I'll never forget that. It sounds crazy, and it was crazy. This guy was crazy. He was an insane person who was probably fixing to murder us. I don't know where these guys come from. You know what? I just thought of the perfect analogy. I've drove to the police station. Yeah, followers. Yeah, that happens. I know that happens, but this time with this guy, this guy, I have never felt creeped out more, because this guy was, me and my mom was getting real friendly with, and he waited in the parking lot for us. And then when we started following him, he got out. Like, where do these people even come from? I just found out the perfect analogy, right? Do any of you all here know the show Twin Peaks? Any of you know that? It's a classic show. I think a lot of people have I guess it's a dated show now. But I know, Virginia, you know about all those old movies that you sent, like Jack and Steven. I think that's your favorite show? Alright. Bob. There are people in this town who are Bob. when I first saw Bob on there, like I probably shouldn't be. I probably should be more freaked out by the character of him. But when I first even saw the guy, I thought, yeah, that's the kind of people who are in this town. And I just thought that was just the. I mean, it wasn't funny, but it was just like the funniest thing, because that kind of person is, for some reason, they're attracted to this town. You know, those people who just are nothing about them is not creepy. That's, for some reason, like, I don't even know where they come from, but you see them around. I've never been able to figure it out. But the creeps I've encountered are exactly like that. Like, if I lived in town, I'd feel at risk of getting bobbed. Yeah, and the town I live in, it's not even like Twin Peaks. It's the weirdest thing. College town, old town, but also college town, has all these different kinds of people in there, but it has those. Yeah, I probably should have been more creeped out by that character, but I found him familiar. Which shouldn't be, but I did. Like, as soon as there was that the first time we see him, when whatever her name is, Mrs. Palmer, sees him at the edge of the bed, and she, like, just that one shot of his face, that's something you could witness in town, especially if you're, like, there downtown at night. Yep. You know, he was... Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I heard that David Lynch saw... Or he was looking in a mirror and then saw Bob behind him and got freaked. He got scared of this guy. He got scared just seeing this guy. But yeah, that's real interesting. There's just some people who just have that. They've just got that. Yeah, I know somebody who's quite the Twin Peaks super fan, and he's told me all there is to know about it. Yeah, that's the way I kind of operate. If I were him, and I got scared by somebody just by seeing them, I thought, yeah, I'm creating a scary show. Yeah, that I need to have that guy in it. And Lynch is a genius. He's a weird guy, and when weird people express their stuff into a media like that, it comes up with some interesting content. But what else was I gonna say? Yeah, out. He was break into the. Yeah, nowadays you've got all these shows that try to be all weird and abstract, and somebody's art project when they're trying to make something great and conceptual, which there ain't nothing wrong with that either, but that was just that just came about naturally and was the first of its kind to do so. But I've always been glad that I live out here, and like 'cause in town, it's a nice town, but there's some weirdness going on there, and crime, I know, but out here, it's we're out here, in this wonderful place with just out on a ridge, and we ain't even too far from town. Too far. I mean, we're about 30 so minutes away, and so it ain't even too far from anything that we might need to get to. But yeah, and then we get to know all the neighbors here, and we have block parties sometimes. No, once a year we do, and it's just all around everything's just better. Hopefully no crime. Yeah, there really has not been. There's one time where we had somebody stealing mail, but that can happen anywhere. One time somebody got their car. Somebody got stuff stolen out their car. That was only one time, and I think that's been about it, really. It's all about what was going on in the woods. Yeah, the woods here, there's some peaceful ones. There's some. It's really nothing but. The woods is basically my backyard, so, and the backyards of the folks on the other ridge over there. So it is just nice. It is just nice. There's nothing too weird, nothing too special either, but it's just how I like it, I think. I could really not imagine growing up anywhere else, really. I think anywhere else I would have grown up, and I don't know how I would have even turned out, really. Yeah, I think, yeah, because living in the woods is one thing, and then going for hikes, and there's a state park kind of close to here, so really you can go hiking in your backyard practically, but anywhere else you can as well. Yeah, I've always liked them, and I've not found anything really unlikable about them either. But I guess there are some areas where there's some weird stuff going on. I've definitely seen stuff and seen videos about woods that are haunted or whatnot, and it'd be interesting to see. But I guess mine are the safe ones. But yeah, and I definitely I like streaming out here. I like to do it even more when I can to get you all to see what is what out here. I guess it's all pitch black, but it's always nice. Checking back in. How was the crab? This is what I have left. I'm going to save that till tomorrow. We're not doing a challenge here, but you remember how much I had originally? I had a whole lot. So I felt safe in the woods even at night. So easy to hide. Yeah. It's I've heard some folks say that they would not feel safe at all living in the woods, but once you do it, once you are, and if you ever take a stay in the woods, you find out that it is different than it might be first perceived. But I would always, I could not really see myself ever living in anywhere that urban in general, even if it's somewhere where I got fields or flatlands or anywhere else like that. It always needs to be somewhere a bit rural, because I would at some point like to start a small farm. And what was that? That was a nut that fell from the tree. And I would like to grow vegetables and maybe some grains, and have some animals. This ain't the right place to do it, really, because it's in the woods and can't do much in the way of growing things or having space to keep animals out here. But some point in time, I'd like to see what I can do about that. Liam grows all kinds of vegetables in the garden. Yeah, that's the way to go. That is how you do it. Do that. Yeah, what I know a thing or two about it, but the thing is actually getting to doing it is a whole different thing, because this soil is not at all fit for it, because you've got all the shade from the trees. The sunlight cannot be getting through to any of the crops, and the ground is taken up by the tree roots, and it just is blocks out everything's opportunity to grow. So my neighbor across the street has a more open yard. Man, she grows I can't even remember what she does not grow. Like her whole yard is garden space, and she has these individual spaces for it, and she has trellises, and she's even had her own version of a greenhouse, which is she took some curved metal rods and put some sheets over them and put old style Christmas lights inside inside these things, so they actually, because the old lights actually had they produced heat, so that was their way of keeping the heat throughout these little greenhouse things. They were very, very low to the ground, very small, very simple, but they worked. They worked as basically little greenhouse pods. But yeah, someday I'll be getting to that. But for now, I've got all the stuff out here. I've got out here. So that's all I could really ask for as of now. But yeah, I think with that, I ain't finished everything here, but I think I've had my fill so far. But I think with that, that's going to be the end here. How long have I been streaming for? I've been streaming 5 hours. I've been streaming 5 hours and 36 minutes. Well, this is this last stream went a while, and I think this might be. We'll see how long they end up getting in the near future when I'm doing these things. But anyway, that's going to be about it for now, and I will be streaming more frequently when I get to doing that. I know I'll not be making any promises for any streams that require me having a cameraman for the next one, so I can actually just do it whenever I can do it. So you definitely can be expecting some more frequent streams from me, and I'll just be looking forward to what we can do when we do it. So with that, it's going to be wrapping it up. Hope everybody enjoyed it. Fun stream. I thought it was a fun stream as well. I thought this is the first time I have made something like this, so I thought it was a fun experience to show you all doing it, and actually doing it for the first time. So we can you can probably expect more streams like this in the future. I will definitely be doing some more in the way of cooking, because definitely got some ideas. But streaming in general, it's going to be even more common. Looked hood. Yeah, they looked hood, they looked how you get in they looked like some Cabrini green crab legs. Yeah. I don't know what even the heck I'm talking about. Well, yeah, we'll see what we can do in the future, but yeah, that'll be it for now. I thank all of you for watching and chatting and witnessing things I got up to out here. You have a great night. You have a great night as well. Everybody here, hope has a great night, and great morning of tomorrow. Hopefully you get enough sleep, and go check out the giantbuns.com stream while you're at it. It's a good one, I'd say. But anyway, that'll be it here for me. As always, don't follow too close, keep the faith, and don't take any wooden nickels.